Good evening and welcome to the stream. This is part 15 of our ongoing Might and Magic 2 journey. On last night's stream we finished 2 of the class quests, starting by the Paladin quest, which was conveniently located in the Dark Forest Cavern, which we also explored and finished up last night. And then we finished the Knight's Juror quest as well. And we made a run at both the Archers and Clerics quest. And we made we spent a decent amount of time on the Clerics quest, which we've now attempted a few times because being able to level both of the Clerics up by this number, 5 million experience points, would make a lot of things so much easier for us, but alas, we are not ready yet because one of the monsters that we have to face once we've managed to take the soul to the cavern is a monster that can level us down again. So even if we tried cheating a little bit by visiting a fountain that basically leveled us up to spell level 9, we were still not successful. It is possible that if we were to attempt this again and again and again, that we might eventually succeed, but I think it's better to wait a little bit, at least level up one more spell level before attempting this again. So without further ado, let us skip into the game itself. Of course, last night after the stream I took a backup of the roster file, so we have 12 separate backups now, going all the way to part 3 of the stream, which is the first time I did that. And we will jump right in. Now the party is getting pretty fierce. We now have some well over 200 hit points for the frontmost 3 members of the party. In addition to that, the robber now has 169, so he's doing pretty well. He also now has a thievery percentage of 99%, so at the next level up he will now be a cool 100% thief. So that also means that our chances of any chest or door springing in our face is very tiny at this point. It's only 1 percentage point. So on we go. I'm going to make a run here at Castle Woodhaven dungeon level 2. We gave on that about 3 streams ago, after attempting it more than a few times. And but things have changed since then, so it's time to make another run. Here's the joke of the day: Orc inventions, waterproof sponges. We haven't seen that one before. What tends to happen a lot is that when we die we go back to a reverted save, and of course the same day, so we keep seeing the same joke over and over again. We have yet to make enough progress in this dungeon here that we can actually make it back. So what has happened so far is that we've never gone back to town after finishing any part of this level 2. We've always perished fairly quickly, and these battles are difficult here. So I'm going to attempt this neutral battle now, and there are these 6 flaming fears and some of these vampires and a cavalier. The flaming fears are energy or fire breathing monsters, and the vampires cast lightning bolts, so both of them are very difficult to deal with. We will attempt to take at least 2 of the flaming fears down before they are able to breathe fire. They cause a lot of damage, and we are in a bad state here. We have already died, so we'll attempt this again. In many cases, these battles are also tied to our current experience level, so even if we do level up significantly, the battles don't really get any easier, sadly enough. We need to get through this battle because I want to check out the scale that is sitting behind that door. A pool, I think it was a pool of clear water that we could drink from. Now this one is easier. There are 2 seductresses. They have the paralysis spell, which is certainly difficult for us, but on the other hand, we have 2 clerics now that can remove that particular state, and all we need is to make it through with at least one of them alive, and then we can basically use the lightning bolt spell to bring down the seductress. And our focus now will be on the minor demons, since the seductress is no longer with us here, and we will remove the paralysis condition from the rest of the party members as we go along. I think the seductress actually ran away here, which is weird because she was doing a pretty good job of beating us down, but we managed to complete the fight. We won't complain. We've now leveled up significantly for some of these characters, so if these were normal melee battles, we would have absolutely no problems knocking them down, but we are still pretty vulnerable to these magical attacks. Now here is this pool, and what I will do now, since we've made very little progress so far, is as I've done multiple times, I'll take a snapshot, a screenshot of the character status, and as well as of the party themselves, and then I will try drinking from the pool and seeing exactly what changes. Now I took a dip here in the pool, and I want to check whether anything changed. Let's see. Our hit points are exactly the same. Our spell points are exactly the same. Our armor class did not change. And if we take a quick gander at the characters themselves, nothing much has changed here. We have not gained any experience. And our current status has not changed so that I can see in any way. All the attributes are exactly the same here. However, what has happened here is that the pool has rendered every single character in the party of neutral alignment. So that is what the pool does. Wow. Sign did say neutral only, so basically it does nothing except change the alignment of the characters to neutral. So that's potentially useful if we want to change the character's alignment from good or evil to neutral, but it's not really what we want to do for the party as a whole, so we will simply not do anything about it. All of the castle guards ran away from us, so we got no experience. We will run back and finish this this time around. We will check out the evil door, the good door, and there are two of these rocks here. They are one of the ones that can turn us to stone. So we want to take care of them first. They also seem to be more difficult than many of the ones that we've faced so far. They are certainly taking a lot of damage here. We've I've been hacking at them for quite some time now, and they're barely budging. We have no more spell points, so aren't able to do very much at this point except just continue to hack at them. And we completed them, and that leaves us with 8 of these coffin creeps with 3 party members still surviving. We might make it through, and we do, and we gain 18,875 experience points and some pretty significant items here, including a ray gun +9 that we seem to be able to wear as well. The archer has a ray gun +2. I'm hoping he can use this significantly better one. No, he cannot, but maybe he can wear this one. I will try trading it as well, because this improves accuracy. So a +4 item is certainly better. It brings his accuracy up to 42, and the being able to have a ray gun +9 here on the main knight would help tremendously, but alas, we cannot. We will re-equip the +2 here. The paladin has a +5. Don't have space on Sir Hiron. He doesn't have one at the moment, and I don't think anyone else does, but I will store this item. We might be able to use it with the other hireling archer, and it's potentially very useful if we attempt the archer's class battle again, where we have to fight a very difficult archer, and it's quite likely that it will help us lay some blows on him. Our main problem when trying that battle in the last stream was that we were able to survive for a few rounds with him, but we were unable to really do any significant amount of damage. So I will attempt to travel back using this way. I'm hoping that we can finish these demons off here. The minor demon is far easier than the and many of the fire-breathing monsters, so this is potentially doable. I really want to get these barrels out of the way here. No, the other real being is not easy at all to take down. Nothing really seems to be able to cause any real damage to it. So we will start curing and make some further attempts here. You were able to use the disintegration spell that worked, but so far none of the other members have been successful in landing a blow. We'll try the Deadly Swarm spell. It has some effect. We already attempted the Fiery Flail. It did not work. It's basically just the disintegration that seems to work. And I will now use the Power Cure spell then from the clerics, since they are mostly inefficient in the battle. I will also cast an Identify here. He has 94 left. So we need at least 2 additional blows from the spell to be able to inflict any damage, and we have no spellcasters able to cast it at this point, so I will attempt to run away unsuccessfully. So we will have to attempt this again. Perhaps it's better to take just one of these doors at a time. They're very difficult. Maybe we are pushing our chances too much by trying to have 2 of these fights. So we will try this once more. Does seem like the neutral battle is really the most difficult this time around. The Gorgons are here instead of the rocks that were here earlier. The Gorgons are easier than the rock, but they have a decent chance of turning us to stone, so we have to be very careful. There goes one of the clerics turned to stone. So, luckily the other cleric is still with us, so we will use the other cleric to bring the primary cleric back. And use the other cleric to bring the archer back as well, so he can join us in the fight here. A pretty decent number of them here, so you know, we take maybe one of them down at a time, so I do get quite a few chances to bring us down. Now only one Gorgon remains here, and we make it through. we will once again go here and map this room here. There's also a scale there that we probably want to check out, but I will now go back using the same way we came in and wisely save our current progress and return and try one of the other doors there before proceeding. So, pushing our luck here a little bit. Sadly, we were not lucky enough to find exactly the same items. So, the ray gun that we found earlier is now out of our grasps, but I'm sure we will find a similar item again. It is beneficial in this game to fight these battles that are mostly on the verge of being too difficult because they tend to bring the highest number of experience points. Here's the joke of the day. How many orcs does it take to carry out a kidnapping? 10, 1 to capture the kid, and 9 to write the ransom note. We haven't seen that one before either. It's pretty good. We'll rest before going into the next battle here. We will now take the neutral battle, which seems to be the most difficult one. These killer bees I know well, and then we have these mist riders, which I don't know. They are obviously absolutely lethal. They're more or less dead here. So we will attempt this again. And make a mental note that the Mist Rider breathes cold and does a considerable amount of damage. It's the same joke again, of course. Now, this is a dangerous combination here. The crazed natives will explode, the wyverns will cause untold damage to us, and the druids are quite difficult. What we really want to do with the druids is that we want to take them down before they get a chance to silence us, so that we can continue using magic. It's very dangerous for us if we cannot do that. The magic of the spell has now been taken out, and we want to take out the final druid. We also want to remove the silence condition. Hoping this will do. Yes, it will. Fight the wyverns. We really want to be able to use as many spells as we can. Now only 3 of the wyvern remain, so we are out of the worst here and managed to make it through. Found significant amount of gold and gems. The gems are certainly welcome at this point in the game. We tend to use quite a lot of them in battle, casting spells. We will do the same now. We will go back and save our position here after finishing the second door. Then we will go through the final door. before proceeding to the room on the other side. There is a lot of teleporting that goes on in this particular dungeon, and this is a blowpipe +5. I'm wondering if we could potentially use it with the cleric, with the sorcerer. It's possible that we can. I have so many weapons that I'm storing at this point that it's becoming difficult to put them somewhere. We'll attempt to remove this blowpipe here and see if we can use this +5 blowpipe. It's not a big difference, but it's still one more than we currently have, and yes, we can. So sell the other one, and I don't think we have anything else to sell. We have this storm wand here, which we really don't want to use. And then we have this Naginata +13 that we gained from a difficult battle. It's pretty much the perfect weapon for a ninja, except we don't have any ninjas in the party. But if we were to fetch a hireling ninja, then perhaps we would want to use this weapon. One thing we could potentially do to save ourselves some slots here is to go to one of the inns, find one of the hireling characters at the inn, simply stock him full of all of this stuff. Here's the joke of the day. Did you hear about the orc who cut off his left arm and leg? He wanted to be alright. We've seen this one before, but it's been a while. Let's see. I want to cast a light here. I've done this enough now that I don't really need the light, but I find it more convenient anyway. So this is the only door that remains. We finished the other ones, and behind this door are 14 gargoyles and a bunch of these minor demons. So we will start trying to take them down. This will probably take a while. The only good thing about the minor demons is that they don't really have a lot of hit points, so they do go down pretty quickly. I will cast a holy bonus spell that will help us increase our chances of hitting the gargoyles, and we will simply beat them down. Nothing really of any great value that we found there. But, we at least completed it. Store, of course, is locked. Now I will again go back and save our current position here. Then we will return once more and check out the whatever that magical thing is inside the room. Don't want to do it without saving our position. We'll thread very carefully here. Do not step on anything or drink anything without being absolutely sure what it actually does. Now the silent horn here is apparently pretty valuable, and what it really does is give us additional protection from poison, but It's not really of great value to us at this point. Poison isn't really much of a problem. We'll run back once more and continue. Here we have another joke of the day. How can you tell if an orc is an aristocrat? His tattoo has no spelling errors. We've also seen this one before. It's funny nonetheless. Now, instead of going through here, I will simply skip these rooms and use the teleport spell. Oh, we can't. Okay. And I will use the evil room. It seems to be by far the easiest of them all. Whereas the neutral one seems to be the by far the most difficult. Probably because it holds that pool at the end, which will turn all of the party members to neutral. Now, if you want to swap your luck, then step right up. Swap it with what? We have I'm assuming this swaps luck and another character trait. We will try it out with Hireling Cleric. I will snapshot his current position and his current statistics. And try our luck here. Yes, 8. I'll probably have to rest. Now let's see. What has happened here is that his luck has been reduced by 5, but his personality has been increased by 3. So there is a gain here. For the character's main strength, which is taken from his luck attributes. Which is potentially not really something that we want to do, and it's also not an equal trade. You're not trading 3 points for 3 points, you're trading 6 points for 3 points. So for every 2 points you lose, you gain an additional point. That seems like a bad trade-off, so we will not be using this particular trick here at this point. But we know it's there, so if we want to use it, we can always go back and take advantage of it. Since we now know what it does and we know what it is. See here, we will go through the evil door. There is just this endless line of gargoyles here. which at this point in the game aren't really all that dangerous. They have the ability to, they do occasionally manage to paralyze us, but most of the time they do not. So unless they paralyze one of the clerics, I won't worry about it very much. We will use the rest of the party to beat them down and then just rest to restore the paralysis condition. That was fairly easy. Now, one of the things that we already know here is that the X7Y6, that is the pool, and this one here, the platform. The luck exchange platform. I'll write that down as well. This square here directly in front of us, which is X7, or rather X6Y7, is a teleport, and it is a random teleport, so if we step into the square we will be transported to a random place somewhere inside the dungeon. So we won't step there right now. Here is another battle. Some coffin creeps and some vampires. I'll simply vampire is difficult. Let's hope we don't die in droves here. It's probably better to just try this one again. What we should have done, we should have cast protection on the elements and tried other spells to try to bring some of the vampires down before they got a chance to start hacking the party down, but never mind. We are probably going to make pretty slow progress through these, as many of these battles are seriously difficult. This battle here inside of the evil door, which we fought many times so far, is now almost impossible to finish. A lot of this is the roll of the dice, so at any point you can get very unlucky with your opponents on the other side of the door. The new joke of the day: what do you get when the Mega Dragon walks through a vegetable garden? Squash. That one we haven't seen. So there are indeed many of them. Don't remember seeing these elf warriors before. The necromancer, I know he casts the Finger of Death spell. I'm going to check out these necromancers a little bit, see what they're capable of doing for attempting to quick fight out of this. Okay, they do a considerable amount of damage. They're not unkillable by any stretch. We'll keep at it. I seem to have quite a few hit points. Might use a turn to do an identify monster spell. See what we're up against here. We lost the archer. He's dead. We will need to go back and restore his condition. So this will not be a run where we make it any further. $10,000 experience points. We managed to get a decent amount of gold, certainly more than enough to restore the character. We will run back, fix the current condition, return again. We went back to restore the archer, but actually did not restore him at all. So, probably do that now. What's the whole point of going back? Did you hear about the orc who thought kites were made from flypaper? Joke of the day. Now, one more go at this. 23 crazed natives seems like a insane amount. I don't think there's much chance we will even survive the first round of this. No, we will not. Same joke again. Same day, same save, same joke. Let's see if we can make it through this door alive here. This is easier, although the flaming fear are actually far more difficult than the minor demons. One of them remains. We're going to have to pick here whether we want the cleric or the sorcerer to die, I think. unless we are lucky enough to be able to kill him. No. Sorcerer did not die. Probably came close, but she did not die. So we live quite another day here. Mutant is immune to lightning bolt spells, so is the spider bug. So, these are difficult enemies in the sense that you cannot use the usual trickery of using magic to inflict a lot of damage on multiple enemies, which is pretty much always our plan. But the cold beam spell does work. Is perhaps not terribly efficient on these particular monsters. These spider bugs seem to be quite powerful. Perhaps even to the point where we might want to use something like disintegration and the fiery flare. Seem to have hundreds of hit points, but they do eventually perish. We get 21,500 for taking them down. In some ways the party is unequally balanced now, because part of the party has been able to complete the last quests, whereas the other part has in fact not. So this is a very annoying battle with multiple different monsters, many of whom are incredibly difficult. There are 5 members of the party that are already dead, and we have not begun to even touch on the rest. We were not successful this time around. It is possible that this is simply just too difficult for us. We'll attempt this once more. We tried it twice now without succeeding. So, if it is, then we will simply go to level 1 of the Pioneer's Dungeon instead of going to level 2 of Woodhaven. The game doesn't really tell you in which order to do this, so you sort of just have to figure it out. If I try 3 times and get nowhere, then it's not just the roll of the dice, then it's also just the battles being too difficult. You can certainly get unlucky 2 times, but it's unlikely that you will get unlucky 3 times in a row with the same thing. These are all fairly difficult here. Particularly the Swamp Thing is dangerous here, and I don't have any idea what this holy man does, but he appears to be very difficult as well. I will attempt to restore some of our hit points here. To take down the swamp things if we can, or they cause more damage. I think we were largely lucky that they ran away. Might have saved us. No, this is not at least on paper, quite as difficult, but still very difficult. The fire elemental is absolutely ferocious beast, and no, we won't survive this one. We'll try once more, and what I will do now before going into the battle, since they always seem to have an elemental beast, I will cast the protection from elements before going into battle, since the elemental beasts are very high leveled and they always get to go first, so that's the last thing I will try before giving up. No one likes giving up, and sometimes you just have to. Hello there, Edgery, welcome to the stream, and thanks for the follow, dude. We are having one of these difficult battles here. This is level 2 of the dungeon in one of the castles in the game, and we are not having much luck. It might be that we need to level up a little bit more, but still I'm working on giving this one more go here, and before we give up, and try another level of another dungeon. This game is often difficult. It doesn't really offer you much assistance in knowing what to do in which order to do so, and we keep turning up dead here. I'm going to give up for now, and I'm going to go instead to the first level in Castle Pinehurst instead, and attempt this again when we've leveled up some more. There are basically 3 castles at the moment that we can enter into. Yeah, it's a Mac game. I'm playing the Mac version of the game, that is. This particular game came out for pretty much any conceivable platform. It's available for most of the consoles, and almost all of the 8 and 16-bit systems. But I originally played it on my father's Mac, and this is the original box of the game. So I'm playing it again on a Mac, or an emulator actually, but playing the Mac version of the game. It also looks pretty nice. Now, the stairs to the dungeon are in 11-2. So effectively they are down here, and behind this wall of Incredibly difficult beast here. See. Let's try this one again. Don't really have to have these fights. We can simply teleport to the correct location to go down the stairs. I wasn't really expecting this much resistance. But I probably should have. Yeah, what I'm emulating is very close to the 2SI. And that would have been a machine that this game ran well on. There are two versions of this game for the Mac. There is the original one, which is the one I played, which was in black and white. I played that on my father's Macintosh SE, and then there is the color version, which was for the Mac 2. Now, there's 3 squares here. Oops. Go 1 more square. These would be the stairs. Let's see how this dungeon is for us, whether we have any luck here. The sign says no humans, and that's not great. We have 2 of them in the party. That might mean that some parts are inaccessible to us until we go back and leave the humans, but most of the dungeon should be explorable to us, so we will attempt it anyway. Let's see what we're up against here. 60 hit points, armor class of 11. It's undead, has special powers. Okay, it's undead. Okay, they are very difficult. They did a huge amount of damage to us. But we did manage to survive somehow. And we have, however, no spell points, but we managed to beat them down anyway. This was difficult. So if this is any indication, then I assume that the battles down in this dungeon are also going to be fairly difficult for us. I check every wall for a secret message. There are very often secret messages scribbled on the walls, so every time I step forward I also face each side of the wall to check it for messages. So far this seems to be mostly just a maze. Now here is a sign that says actions are sluggish but precise. Reads a placard next to a giant lever. Will you pull the lever? Okay. Where are we? We're in 2-7. We'll take a snapshot of the current status of the characters just in case, and the time as well. We'll try player 1 and we will rest and then check what has changed. Okay, what has happened here is that we have lost speed and gained accuracy instead. So this particular lever is a switch which enables us to trade speed with accuracy, and it seems to be a 1-in-1 switch. We had 13, we now have 8, and okay, it's a 2-to-1, just like the pool was in the other castle. So for every 2 points it removes in the speed category, it gives you 1 in accuracy instead. And as before, that is a bad trade-off, so we will revert to a save game. And go there again. It helps to know what these switches do. These actions are irreversible, so if you do this without thinking, you can end up in a situation where you have big problems. It might be okay, depending on the character class, to do this particular trade, but it's certainly not always okay. Now, 11-2, we need to go 6 downwards. Yes. Let's see. We've already checked the walls, so we don't need to do that again. And here is again the same fight, but with slightly different beasts. Now we're facing the earthworm, which is a fire-breathing, annoying little bastard with a lot of hit points. I'll use the power cure here to try to make sure we survive the next round of attacks. Hopefully we can knock him off before he does more damage to us. There goes the earthworm. That leaves the stalker here, the werewolves and the windmares. At least we are able to focus our attention here on what we're doing. The windmare has the sleep spell. At this point in the game, we're fairly well protected from that. The cleric is asleep. But otherwise okay. That's I found a lot of treasure and all sorts of goodies here. Now no, the handle does not have the I've long learned that it's not a good idea to have the special characters in any of the handles. It tend to hit weird bugs in all sorts of various code when you do that. So it's usually a better idea to not do that at all. Now, did we get robbed? Yes, a little bit, but only one character got robbed by the trickster, and hopefully we can get some of that back once we finish this fight here. But, obviously my name does have the in it, so this Crusader is difficult to fight. We managed to take him down anyway. See what we find here, whether we find some of our gems back. No, not really. But, we lost maybe 200 gems. Technically, of course, my name is with the so it should, of course, have it. Oh, an interesting combination. The Hatchet Man, we've seen him before. He's dangerous. We lost quite a few members here. It's tempting to run away here, even if we lose a few characters. I will we'll go heal and return. Matt, maybe 1/4 so far. We're never going to win this fight, so better to run back and restore and save our condition. We're okay now. And sell some of the loot as well. The Iron Helm +5 is potentially useful. I will take a look and see if we can actually wear it. Already have a +7 Iron Helm here. We have a regular +9 here, which is giving us some 11. Which only gives us about a 7, so it's not a good trade. Does your iron have? Does not have. Yeah, so silver +1, okay. We'll try it with Sir Iron. Potentially we can use it here. Would be good. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we have the and of course we have the characters that we have are basically these accepted characters, and as well as these 4. These are basically the specific Icelandic characters. The only umlauted character that we really have is the O umlauted, which is the all the rest just have an accent. Even today, a lot of stuff doesn't support these characters. And when you use them, it tends to bring out weird bugs. And It's usually better to just not use them. Now let's see. We were 1, 2, 3. 3 squares forward here. Can we not use the teleport in here? No, cannot. Okay. That makes this certainly more difficult than it would be if we could. The swamp beasts here at the top are our main priority here. Before they kill all of us with acid. The rest are easy. Now the game is wise to our plans. He knows that we would try to cheat with the teleport spell, and he's making it impossible for us to do so by removing that venue. These guardian hounds are very difficult here. I think we can come to the same conclusion here, that we have absolutely no business being in this dungeon here. So I will try the dungeon of Castle Hillstone, and if that is out of reach as well, and we will simply start mapping some of the outside areas here and find some additional caverns to explore. We have no idea in which order to do this, so we simply have to try. We finished all the castles themselves, but we have not made much progress yet with the dungeons. We finished the first level of Castle Woodhaven, but we have not done anything else. 10, 13 are the stairs to the dungeon. Let's see. That's on the other side here. Okay, so we will go 5 here forward. And 3 up. Go 1 square up here. Here are the stairs to the dungeon. We will try our luck with this stuff. This is the final dungeon that we try here tonight. If we aren't successful here, we will do something else. But so far, these appear to be very difficult beasts. Here we have 2 dragons, the court jesters. Acidic blobs. It's very difficult. We haven't even started touching the dragons yet. We can perhaps win some of these, but I think we have absolutely no business being here either. So I'll give up for now, and our next project then is to go to the area of D2 and or B2 and do some exploring there. Let's see what the boss says here. Did you get any error when you run the command? Might not have enough points. Let's see. now we don't have enough points, but we can fix that. Try it again, see if it works now. No, it's on cooldown. It's on cooldown. So you can't use that particular one again. Yeah, you can have some fun with the sounds. Let's see. Now, one of the we have this skill for one of the characters, which is the cartographer skill, which means that every step that we take is automatically registered into the map, which is very convenient. However, due to the way the game works, you have to explore every square coming from every direction. So when you're mapping an area like this, you need to map from the north, you need to map from the south, you need to map from the east and the west. So that makes it slightly more difficult. We can't face this battle with a griffin without at least thinking about what we're doing. Could have easily killed it with some magic. That was hasty. We should not do that again. And the problem with every map is that every time you step out of the map, all the encounters with the monsters are reset. So you need to be very careful to try to finish the mapping in a single go, so you don't have to constantly do this again and again and again. Now we are level high enough to beat these because we already have access to the spells that we really need to turn ourselves back into flesh. So it's just a matter of carefully planning the attacks. Down go the griffins. We found something called a cinder pipe. I'm going to look up here, which gives us additional protection from fire and also does decent amount of damage. So give that to the sorcerer and see if we can equip that. No, not with her alignment. I don't think anyone else is using a pipe. In fact, I doubt it, but we'll keep it around for now. Now, here's a message. We'll write down exactly where we are here. We are in X14Y5 and the message was R. And we need to be careful when writing this down to reserve the spaces. So there are a few of these in the game where basically you are given a key to solving a message of some sort, and You then get clues as to how to map the messages to text. Hey Aquafin, thanks for the follow, dude. It's difficult to sneak in when you have the alerts on. And yes, both of the Amiga missionaries in the house. It's very late for you guys, it's like 2:30 a.m. right? You're +3. I hadn't realized that Finland was actually +3 until very recently. It's still early, within air quotes here. It's only 11:30. Plenty of beer left. We disrupted this orc convention here. There are 250 of them that we are slowly slaying down. Not much issue. So that's now mapped. Now, this is one of the examples that I mentioned earlier about the mapping. We are now in square 14.9, and this message that we just passed earlier, coming from the other direction, is not seen except when facing south. So you need to go over every square on the map facing every direction, or otherwise risk missing something. Now this is matches number 1. We already found number 3, and we have a key as to how to solve it. So once we find all of them, we can puzzle them together. This square X14 Y4, it says it looks like a circus was here. A circus has something to do, I remember this from playing this game before, it has something to do with tuning the character's abilities. And it's only here once a year, and you need to figure out exactly how to use it. There are hints around the game as to how to do so. Now completed these 2 squares here. I accidentally walked into the other map, so to step carefully into the rest here. Some more griffins, and we will thread very carefully around them. They are dangerous. Inconvenient to be turned to stone, so should be fairly careful around them. They're not that difficult if you just pay attention to what you're doing. You can still easily end up with every party member turned to stone, in which case you're dead. Let's see. We're just exploring the outside now. There are 20 outside 16 by 16 maps in the game. We've so far explored 3 of them. They are increasingly difficult, so we'll take the ones that are closest to the first town first, and then continue onwards with the more difficult ones. This, we know what is. This is the barrel with the class barrel for the archers. There is a specific barrel for every character class in the game, which gives you it's a quest that gives you about 5 million experience points, and we've already completed 2 of them. The one for the paladin and the one for the knight. But we attempted the archer one on the last stream without success. They are extremely difficult. It's definitely you definitely can't hear any rain outside. This is just this is Pretzel playing in the background. It's just to give me something to listen to. I turned off the sound in the game. It's mostly irrelevant to the game. It's just a bunch of random sound effects, and there's no music, so I like to have something to listen to while I play it. So I've set the Pretzel player to play something ambient, and I use it to provide something to listen to. Now, we've now done 5 squares. I think it's safe to say that we would want to do maybe half of this map before going back, saving our position. What did the there was a message there. Some sort of storm. Yeah, there's some sort of random storm there. I can't see the message. It goes by too fast. The Grand Order of Merchants is holding a meeting. This is an X9 Y5. I will disrupt this meeting here and fight these merchants. All 250 of them. They will probably mostly run away. And the ones that don't won't do much damage to us. We've already, I've already completed some quests to gain better defenses. We have an armor class of the top members of the party have an armor class of roughly 40, so we are difficult to hit. And the top 3 characters have already completed their class battles, so they've gained their up to level 20, so they have some 200 hit points, so these merchants aren't really going to do a lot of damage to us. What are still very difficult enemies are the enemies that have magical abilities, spells, and particularly spells that involve fire or acid, for which the armor class doesn't really help. We are safe from that right now. We are luckily in an area where these panels are mostly free of such problems, except for these griffins here, which are keep turning us to stone. At least we have the ability to reverse that condition, so we can, for the most part, get away with it. Let's see. I need to fix the knight here as well as this knight. Now this is 8, so that means that we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the last square we'll map for now. We'll write this one down here in X8, Y8. There is some sort of fruit tree. The message said what? The message doesn't appear again. There was a fruit tree here. So we will visit this again when we come back. See what it actually does. More griffins for us to fight. It's good practice for us to finish off these griffins. We will eventually become immune to this magic. And we are a bit away from being able to do that. Now, I've been playing this game since I was a kid. I originally purchased this game when I was 12 years old. Played it on my father's Mac, and then I played version number 3 on my Amiga. And then I played later on version number 1 on a PC. Now, I've done a lot of playing with this game, and it's been with me for a while. It's fiendishly difficult, but I like it anyway. Now let's see what we have here. We have this crossbow, and we have this iron helm, which is worthless. Then we have the hero medal and the silver helm +7. Now the silver helm +7 is interesting. Potentially even worth exchanging. We lose 1 armor class, but we gain a lot of additional protection from energy spells, and the +7 means that we now have a +22 in protection against energy spells. That is certainly worth it. Meanwhile, the helm +9 is also valuable to us, potentially somewhere else. Here we have a helm +4, a cleric, and if we're lucky, then we can simply equip the cleric with this helm. Let's see. Yes, we can. That will increase his armor class up to 28. And we can sell this helm instead. Now the hero medal, he has a regular one, but this one was a +6. What the hero medal does is it increases the character's personality, which in turn increases his spell points. So if he can wear it, then we will get a nice spell point hike. We are at 130 now, but after exiting we have 143, so that's a good increase. And we have a burning crossbow here, +5. Potentially a useful weapon if we can equip it for the robber. You might be able to wear it there. Let's see. Move this crossbow. No. We cannot wear it with this alignment. And the fireball bow is a very similar one. So we will sell this burning crossbow here. The rapid katana, the teleport orb, and the flail, this warhammer, the staff, the open hook, and the torch. We will buy some more food. We need food every time we rest, and we can buy a full pack of food for 20 gold, so that's not expensive. I will take a look at the level of training here, whether we are getting close to being able to train up. Need some 85,000 for the archer. Cleric is ready for level 15, so we can level him up. And that means that he's also gained a spell level. So I will head over to use the town teleports to head over to the 4th town and purchase and learn some new spells. You have to buy the spells. Some of them you get for free, and we've no doubt gained access to some of them, including the town portal spell, which is something we've been waiting for a long time, because it enables us to go back to a town from any square directly just by casting a single spell. But the other 3 we need to either learn from a temple, or we need to find them somewhere out in nature. So I will go see which one of these we can learn and which one of these we need to find somewhere. Chances are that the most powerful ones we need to find somewhere. This is the 4th town, and it's likely that you will have Sir Roland learn some of these spells here. We haven't really gone to learn them, but there are no level 8 spells in this temple, so they are in the 5th and final town. So we will visit that as well. I don't remember where the temple is. It's here. So here is 9-3 and 9-4. We can learn 8-3. That's the only spell we can add. And that is the mass distortion spell. So we now have access to 2 of them, and mass distortion supposedly allows you to remove half of the enemy's hit points. When it works, it doesn't, not all spells work all the time. And I will take the cleric to the I will take the paladin to the third town as well. I have a feeling that there might be some spells that he hasn't learned. He leveled up from 5 levels just in the last stream for completing his cluster quest, so I haven't really taken him to learn any new spells. I might as well take a look at it right now. Temple is here. No, he's learned all of these, so simply go back then. Okay, this was an added boost. Gives us a little bit more power to do something, which is helpful. By this point, I know the layout of these towns fairly well, so I know my way around. I've been to them multiple times. So, I'm just going to be absolutely sure that I save this progress here before going away. The only way to save is to enter into the inn and sign the register, so you can't save anywhere out in the field. You always have to make your way back to town and save there. That's a blessing and a curse. It makes you consider what you're doing, but it also means that you sometimes lose a lot of progress. Now, there was this apple tree here, and I'm going to fruit tree. I'm going to see what it does exactly. A great fruit tree rises majestically above you. The sunbeams of a huge golden mango. Pick and eat. Yes, we will eat the mango and then we will see what happened. Now we have 65 intellect. A decent amount of intellect. I'm assuming this is temporary. So if we go to sleep, we will lose this ability. Yes, we do. However, if we need to go into battle with the sorcerer, and then we could potentially go here, eat the mango, and then go directly into the battle. The additional intellect will certainly help the mage. Our current sorcerer has an intellect of 26, so this is a major boost. And it's good to know exactly what it does. I'm very wary of these various points in the game, because sometimes these are alterations to the character that are irreversible and can do more damage than good. So I do tend to be very careful. We will continue mapping here. Oddly, this tree only spawns once in this map, so if you want to eat another mango, you will have to go off the map and back to be able to do so. Here are more of the griffins. This time around, no one got turned to stone, so we'll finish this off fairly easily. Griffins seem to give us pretty good items. Yeah, thanks Archery for hanging out and for the follow. Have a nice time listening to some music and have a nice night, dude. Now we just got teleported into the Castle Pinehurst dungeon, which is rather unfortunate. We'll cast ourselves out and go directly back to Middlegate and go back to the square and continue mapping. And I'll make note of this particular square on the map here. It was finish the Griffins off again. Okay. It is X6Y3. We will jump over it for now. We can't jump over it, okay. Teleport over it for now. This is another random teleport at X6Y1. Assuming these are random, since here we are in the Luxus Palace Royal Dungeon level 1, so we're just somewhere. Again, we will go back to town and save our progress and go back. This game really likes these teleport tricks, which make it so much more difficult to actually map where we're going. Now we need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 squares down. I will simply use the teleport spell to do so. And go 4 squares up again, because we need to map this coming from both directions, and we will have to have this encounter with a griffin here once again, because of course we exited the map even if we did not mean to do so. Found something here buried in the snow. It's an icicle +2. Gives us +17 protection from the cold. It's good to know that it's there. We are in 513. Chances are there is always an item buried here in the snow. Decent chance it's, however, not always the same item. That's probably random to some point, but it probably always gives you some protection. And this is a weird little area here. Where the teleports were. I'm assuming that this little clearing here has some purpose, some sort of teleport. It might indeed it might simply be a teleport to the level 1 of every dungeon in every castle. Somehow seems likely now that I think about it, and that would mean that there are at least 2 or more of these teleports remaining, probably on the other side of us right now. This fight that we're having here with these woodmen is probably to protect these squares so you don't accidentally, so you can't use them if you aren't capable of using the teleport spells or don't have the Pathfinder skill to be able to walk through the woods without having to go around. At least this is a fairly difficult battle here with a ton of these woodsmen. These melee battles at this point in the game are becoming easier for us, mostly due to the high armor class and the fact that we have a lot of hit points. So this is not a teleport, but I'm fairly sure that the squares to the left here are, so we'll walk this way back here, come back from the other side again. This is a teleport, and this is Hillstone Dungeon level 1. So this is the 3rd castle here, so you are probably right in that it's a random teleport to all the castles, so this is a shortcut. If you need to get to one of the dungeons, you can simply run there and use these teleports instead of having to go through the castles and through the castle doors and find the stairs and so on. So this is a far more convenient way to do this. So it's X4, Y3. That was Castle Hillstone, so we will go 2 forward now, and the last teleport is then directly in front of us, and that would then be Woodhaven Dungeon level 1. So X4, Y1 would then be Castle Woodhaven Dungeon level 1, and that would be the one that we completed, so we know exactly where we are here. But I will use the town portal spell anyway, which is we just learned and is immediately very useful. So at least we now know we can use this use these squares to teleport into any of the 4 castle dungeons at any stage, which is very useful to us. Now map the last square here. I need to go 4 forward. And again, and walk up the other way. Now, we are here. X3Y6. It says cosmic sludge drips from the sky. Chances are this is an encounter with the cosmic sludge. Seen them before, certainly. They have 138 points, an armor class of 25. We know them well, sadly. Chances are, our only chance here is either the fiery flail or what is far more likely, the disintegrate spell. The lightning bolt might also work, it does. The disintegration spell works, so we simply have to cast it multiple times. Might also try the mass distortion. It with very little damage, barely any at all. So the disintegration spell is the one that we will use. You simply have to cast it 3 times to do any real damage. One of them is down. The other one goes down as well. We get some 2750 experience points, and we find some bee chainmail. This clearing here with the teleport is surrounded by mountains, so you need to have gained the mountaineering skill to be able to use the teleport. I'll fix this diseased condition here. We seem to have gotten diseased during our last encounter. We'll rest up to restore our hit points in case we find ourselves in battle, which is somewhat a given at any point in this game. More of these griffins. There are plenty of them on the bottom half of the map here. Hi, the Pharaoh. Welcome to the stream. watched you play some real Amiga games on real hardware just the other day. This is not an Amiga, this is an emulated Mac 2 playing this game. My plan was then to play the third game on an Amiga. Now we ran into an encounter here that we were way off from being able to finish. Some random encounter that seemed to be very difficult. We will make a note of this. We need to map this little area here again. Go 4 squares down, turn around, go 4 squares up again. Make our way up here. Finish the cosmic sludge here again. Since we had this luck with this square here on the other side, we will return to town after finishing this part of the map here and save our position before going back. Since I want to take a better look at these enemies, I don't think we are anywhere close to being able to handle them, but I want to see what we're up against. Chances are that this is one of those battles where you can get a lot of experience by completing them, so it's a good idea to at least know what we're up against. Now heal the diseased characters here, rest, and search for treasure. Then we have the fights with the griffins down here, potentially. Yeah, there's 2 fights with the griffins here, and then we will go back and rest before attempting the next square where we ran into these new monsters. More griffins. And this time around I was able to turn 3 of us to stone. I will start by removing the stone condition from the second cleric. We can then use to restore some of the others, starting with the sorcerer. Here we go. Oh, Let's go all the way up here again and then run back to the road, head back to town. Sell some of our stuff here. Slash splint mail here, +3, potentially valuable armor. Yes, splint mail gives you additional protection from energy spells. +3 means that it both gives you +3 in the armor class department, and it also gives you +3 in the protection department. So we already have an splint mail +3 on the cleric, and actually both of them already have an splint mail +3. Roland has a plate armor +3, which gives him 3 additional points in armor. However, gives him absolutely no protection from energy, so I'll trade it. I'll give him the splint mail instead, lower his armor class a little bit, and give him more protection from energy spells instead. It's potentially more useful. We'll check our leveling. Right now, William Tell the Archer needs 52,000 to level 15. And Big Potay, the hireling cleric, is ready for level 14, so he's now gained a level. We'll save that position. Gave him some additional hit points. He now has 123 hit points. Decent amount. Go back to B2 and continue mapping the outside area of B2. We ran into some sort of nasty fight here. I need to map exactly which square it was. We are now in 115, 114, 113, 112, 111, 110, 19. So in 19, there is this battle with these Cuisinarts, which basically leveled us in a single blow. Yeah. So we know it's there. So we'll skip the square for now. We are ways off from being able to fight these. We would need something like 2,000 hit points. Yeah. Now he was only able to take down 3 of us. So I can cast the Identify Monster spell. There's 1,000 hit points and an armor class of 60. So we need to get rid of 3,000 hit points to be able to take him down. He's well protected from magic. So our chances of surviving this battle at this stage are nil. It's good to know it's there. Can return here once we've leveled up considerably, perhaps as our last point in the game. Skip this square for now. It's square 1, 9. Yeah, that's true. I will jump over it with the teleport spell. Continue mapping downwards. Be careful not to step into it on our way back. Again, jump over it. Very little happening here right now. So we have finished mapping the square of B2. So that's one more thing we finished in this game. There are no dungeons in this area here. There are only these teleports over to the castle dungeons. Do we now map the area of A2? It's tempting. We will at least do a few squares here. Here we run into an encounter with something called the Mist Warrior. Start by casting the Identify Monster spell. He has a 350 hit points or so, an armor class of 30, so it's difficult. Resistant to magic. We will try the Disintegration spell, which works. So do usual methods, so we can beat him down. As a reward, your successful battle with the mighty Mist Warrior has taught you through careful observation the Dancing Sword spell. Return to continue. So this particular area here in A2. X15, Y11. We learned the Dancing Sword spell, which is potentially very useful to us. It is... where is it? Clerical spell, not a sorcerer spell. No, it's not. Where is it? Dancing. Dancing Sword, it's a level 7 spell. Here it is. 7-1, the Dancing Sword. Takes up to 10 monsters and gives up to 12 damage per level of caster. So realistically now with the high spell level of our sorcerer, this spell can do a considerable amount of damage to up to 10 monsters at a time. So it's potentially very useful to us. Most of the more valuable later stage spells in the game are simply found this way while browsing the outside. Looting spells such as the Holy Word, which is a level 9 spell which eradicates every undead animal or monster. Here we run into a battle that I find it very unlikely that we would beat, so run away. We'll run back to Middlegate to restore our condition here. We need to prepare for this battle. Fixing this is not that expensive. Simply just do that. Don't want to go through the fight again to get the spell, so bother with that. So sell. If we have gained anything now, go directly back. We'll run through B2, go back to A2, find exactly which square this was. We were in A2, X14, Y9. Where we had this encounter, I will, before we go there, cast a protection from element spell. And this is something called the Mist Rider. It's entirely possible that this is another encounter to try to gain some sort of spell, but a far more difficult one. This particular monster has 350 hit points and an armor class of 50 and is resistant to magic. So it's certainly difficult to hit. Question remains, can we really realistically do anything to it? It's not. Ray spell did nothing to it. Could try this 3 times, see if we get lucky, but I doubt it. I think we need to be few levels higher to be able to finish this one off. Simply we will simply try this again later. That's the most logical conclusion, but let's try one more time. This time around we got very lucky. So we can try some more different spells. You know for a fact that the disintegration spell works and took 50 hit points away. Otherwise this beast is very hard to hit. We already tried the Moonray spell, which is one of the ones that you can only use on the outside. Mass Distortion works, took away some 36. The Fiery Flail also works, took away some 100. We have some weapons at our disposal here. We might win this one yet. And we take it down 28,750 experience points. And what is it that we find here? An electric shield and a long dagger. Very few of the members of the party wear a shield. Sir Myron does. Potentially this is something that he could wear. Or simply throw away these herbal patches, they cost next to nothing. goes from 44 down to 35, back to 42, and now has an additional resistance to electric spells. Some 19 additional, so that's a good trade. Don't think any of the other members of the party we have a great shield at this point. We don't. So I will simply sell this one. I also have an S chainmail +7 here, which is potentially useful for the. Might use that with the archer, but as I remember, he's not the correct alignment. Yes, he is. Okay, bring him up to 48, and we have another one which could potentially no, it's fairly weak. This one is fairly weak. We will sell this one. These were good changes that we made to the armor right now. I will finish mapping these squares here, and we will then return to Middlegate and save our position here. These are useful items, and these were useful experience points, so worth it to go back and save. I wanna check with the leveling. William Tell now needs only 4,000 additional points, but Magic Dispel is leveling up. He leveled up to 15, so she gained a spell level. Second to last spell level, she's now a level 8 spellcaster. So we will go on a little trip. After we level up the final character, we will simply go outside of town here and visit the barbarian class that lives here in these mountains. Take one battle here to receive 6,000 experience, and trot back to town and level up the last character. We can level up for now. William Tell has been leveled up, and he's also gained a spell level. He's now a level 5 spellcaster, so we need to take him anyway to teach him new spells. We might as well visit the sorcerers guilds here in these towns. I don't actually think any of these spells are in this town, but we'll check anyway. No, there are no unlearned spells in this guild, so we will travel to the third town and visit the guild there. Potentially the archer has not learned the level 5 spells that were available here. And indeed he has not, so 5-1 and 5-3 are now at his disposal, which are the disrupt spell, which we use occasionally, and the sandstorm spell, which we very rarely use. The most useful spell that we added is the teleport spell, which we tend to use quite a bit. We will then head to the fourth town and we will visit the guild there in case there are some spells we learned from the guild here. I think it is on this side of town, although I might be remembering that wrong. Yes, I am. It's on the other side. This is the temple. We don't need to go here. This is the guild. This is only up to 7-2, but we haven't learned 7-2 yet, so we will add that to our arsenal. That is the duplication spell. And we will then head over to Atlantium, the final town in the game, and learn the level 8 spells that we can add, which we have not had access to before. So that's a new experience for us. Temple is on this side. We need to find the guild. I've not used it before this town. I have not had sufficient level to do so yet. This is the key shop. This is the temple as it was before. Now question remains, where is the guild? This is the guild. Yes. But we can learn 8-2 and 8-3, which are the Megavolt and Meteor Shower spell, both of which are potentially very useful to us. We will then return back to Middlegate, having learned these spells, and save our position here. On we go with the mapping. Start by going downwards, then go upwards again. I did somewhat extraordinary that there is nothing exactly here. So looks like a location where there should be something, but there is not. In fact, there is nothing to be found here. Okay, we are here in A2, 12-3. This is Sarakin's mine, and we will jot down the location. This is definitely a location that we should visit. So once we finished mapping these outside areas here, I will go and take a gander at the mine, see if we can. That is the next step in the game. We'll focus our attention here on the Wyvern. It's a formidable enemy. I will try to take them down before they get a chance to attack, and we managed to do so. And our focus is then on the thug leaders. I will use the Deadly Swarm spell here from the cleric, and the secondary cleric as well to try to take down these hypno beetles as well. We beat them fairly easily, gain some 6,700, and we find a great bow +8, which is not a better weapon than we currently have. So we will not equip it, we will simply sell it. Now burly mountain men guard a sword of valor, challenge them for it. It's tempting to try to do so. I will try the sandstorm spell. It works well. I will use it again, and it again works well. We plow them down here. We found something called the Valor Sword. I will check out. Not sure. Ah, yes, I now remember what it is that it does. This is one of the quest items in the castles, and there are 3 of these swords, and by finding all of them and returning them to the castle, we will be able to finish a quest. This is a near impossible battle that we found ourselves in here. Have to do this over. But at least we now know then the location of one of them, and we need to find then the other 2 and register the quest and finish that off. We ended up in a snowstorm there, and we'll return to our previous position, so we will try this again. Now there are certain squares in the game that you can only pass going in one direction. Now this is a similar fight to the one that we had here earlier, except now features the killer bees instead of the which we must focus on killing first, because they swarm and kill all of us if we aren't careful. So we will focus our energy on them, and then turn to the vampiric rats once we've eliminated them. Different battle, but a similar outcome. These are the mountain men that we fought earlier. And, we will slay them off and find the Valor Swords. That's done. Now there are 20 of them here. I wonder what they're hiding. Just it's a perfect opportunity to try our new dancing sword spell, and it works very well. Very little to be gained by this fight here. Map the rest of the squares in the other direction, and given the outcome of what happened here last time, I will now go back and save our position and sell some of this loot before returning again. Not sell the Valor Sword, we will trade it with the archer and have him store it. It's a quest item that we need to use at a later point. I will go to the inn, save. Let's see. We are at the city gates. Now these blizzards are random occurrences. They happen every now and then. You have little control over in which square that happens. So sometimes have to go over the same square multiple times. We'll make yet another attempt at going up here. Be very difficult to map this exact location. We made it through, so every time we get hit by these blizzards, we lose a few hit points. Now this is a nasty little battle here. There are plenty of these barbarians. We need to focus our energy on them. Somewhat unlikely that we make it through here, but let's see how far we get. We do have access to some pretty powerful spells, but there are so many of these barbarians that things become quite difficult. And they also have a lot of hit points, so it will take us a considerable amount of time to beat them down. Even if we use the more powerful spells, we are still at a fairly major disadvantage here. We're already out of spell points at this point. our ability to mass attack them has been reduced. There are 22 of them remaining. Is a lot. A few levels ago we had problems knocking down 3 of them, let alone some 30 plus. But, let's see how we do here. Still have some options. We are certainly better endowed in terms of armor class than we were at that point. Might be able to pull this one through if we are careful. It will definitely give us a lot of experience. We're capable of doing this. "15 of them left. We are slowly losing consciousness." Our focus needs to be to try to make sure that we stay conscious so we can continue healing the characters. This is extraordinarily difficult now. Don't make it through. You would need a few more levels to be able to do this. Maybe only one more, and often for every level you add a lot of ability to stay alive, use spells and so on. Now we need to remap these areas that we had finally able to visit here. Go through these blizzards again. These are highly annoying. They steal all of our gems, so that is not worth it. Hello there, Longshanks. Welcome to the stream, dude. We are currently mapping the outside area of A2, which is starting to get a little bit difficult, but not impossible. Finding ourselves having more and more difficult encounters here. Particularly in this particular point of the map here. We are ending up in these incredibly difficult battles. Right now there's a single member of the party that isn't paralyzed, so that won't work out well for us. Try for the third time. Yeah, it's almost as if I've done this a few times by now. Yeah. We've certainly been around in this game now. These snowy areas are a little bit annoying because they blind the party and You need to be careful to go back. Okay, this is the best one that we've had for a while. We'll use the sandstorm spell here. Then the a dancing sword to try to cause as much damage as I can here. These warbots are bound to be incredibly difficult. These warbots seem to have thousands of hit points, at least we've hit them now with all we've got multiple times, and they are pretty much standing there like nothing has happened, but one of them is down now. And the same goes for these plant golems, they are taking a lot of hits. Finally, the plant golem seems to be mostly immune to any sort of melee attack, but does not have a great deal of protection from magical spells. So we will have to try to take him down using spells. William Tell is mostly out of spell points by now. We still have multiple spellcasters. Use the fiery flail, which worked earlier. Undoubtedly work again. There one of them goes, and that leaves one still. I will try the cold beam spell. Don't have enough hit points, no spell points. Okay, the cleric is out of action, so we'll have to rely on the clerics. I'll try the fiery flail spell again and again. And down he goes with 28,000 experience points for us for winning this battle here. What I'm going to do now is going to return to town and save our progress so we don't have to have this battle again. It's at a difficulty level where we are barely able to finish it. It's a decent weapon. The question is it decent enough that we can actually use it? It is a better weapon than the halberd. Potentially I could use it. It's not the correct alignment. Potentially I could use it with the paladin. How much accuracy is this giving us? A lot, so it's not useful. Perhaps here. Flaming sword is giving us protection from fire. It is, however, a poor weapon, the wrong alignment, so However, perhaps we can use it with the cleric. Perhaps we can do so. No, we cannot. So that means that it's for all intents and purposes mostly useless to us. So we will simply sell it. Going to buy some more food. We are down to 18 units. I don't want to run out of food. Save, sign the registry, and continue. Let's see. We made it up here without getting hit by the blizzard, but we don't make it back. We'll walk backwards, see if we can finish. Yes, we are. Most of these ran away from us. They didn't want to fight us, so we ended up fighting mostly no one, and that's okay. We already went up here once. I will do so again. However, it seems that the likelihood of running into a blizzard is much lower if you're coming from the northern direction than it is if you're going south. We're getting pretty close to the area where Castle Pinehurst is. That's basically the only place we've visited in this map. We're now on the outer edges of the map, around the middle. So we're at the westmost part of the map, the A point of the map, farthest to the west, and 2 is mostly in the middle. There is there are 20 of these outside squares, and we need to map all of them. We've done maybe 5 of them now, so about 25% done. We're not ready to map all of them yet. This is the last one we will map in this direction. We will probably it's more likely that we will face D2 next, then continue going either up or down over here. Although in the A1 area that is directly above us, I think it's fairly likely that the we have the town of Tundra, the snow town. As these snowy plains extend over the northern part of the map. This mapping here, this part of the map has been pretty easy going. There is very little going on here. Nearly as many difficult encounters as there were on the other side of the map. Few surprises. I walk every square, both facing the north and the south, because different directions can spawn the same item, so it isn't a given if you walk just from the north that you will spawn everything in the map. Often you need to be walking south or north. I was just saying that this had been going easily, but suddenly the party is ensnared in a massive web. The treacherous death spider creeps towards you, hissing, "Tasty morsels, I will eat you alive." Unless you answer this riddle, what has Mark lost? He has lost his keys. Correct, here they are. Return to continue. That is interesting. In the C1 square, we ran into our good friend Mark, who was looking for his keys, and our encounter with him went basically in a way that he yelled, "Where are my keys?" And when he found out that we didn't have his keys, he executed a random party member. And he has done this a few times because we've accidentally run into the square more than once. So I remember Mark and his curmudgeon ways, so it's very nice that we've found his keys. We can then, on the way back to Middlegate, go and give them back to him, assuming that instead of executing us, he will give us some sort of prize, or perhaps at least not have us executed. This is the second to last little strip here of the map. We have to map. Plenty of these monsters here. I think I will, given our progress here, travel back to Middlegate and go back and fight this battle once we've saved our progress. I really don't want to do this again. I'm not gonna sell the keys, however. I'm going to give them to Sir William Tell the Archer, and on our way over again we will stop and give Mark his keys. Will not take very long. I remember roughly where he is. He's over here. And Mark, an unbelievably ugly old hermit, yells, "Where are my keys?" Well, thanks. I've been looking everywhere for these keys, and we get 10,000 experience. Okay, I guess that's better than nothing. I was hoping for a little bit more, but I'll take it. Theoretically, if we wanted to grind a lot, we could basically go and find this spider again and again and again and again get the keys and run and get these 10,000 experience points. For 10,000 it would take us at this point in the game an enormous amount of time to gather enough experience to really make any sort of difference, so it's really out of our current scope. Let's see, where were we? We were in the last square here, trying to... This is exactly the same battle as we had previously, so that is interesting. I will this is a lot of different monsters, so I will use some of the multi-monster spells that we usually reserve for more difficult battles. The men-at-arms are running away at this point. We will use the Moonray spell, and I think we're safe at this point. We can power down the rest. 5250 we get, and while we were sleeping we ran into a bunch of more monsters. Need to take down this vampire here. He's the most dangerous of the party. I think I will use pretty much every way I have to take him down before he kills us with these energy spells. But the rest are easy enough to finish, so we will just plow them down. Every once in a while, when you rest after a battle, get disrupted by the monsters. Doesn't happen very often, but it still happens. Let's see. Okay. Okay. This is the castle here. Now we can't move past this square here. We are at the end of the map. So we will go back to Millgate. We've finished the area of A2, B2 and C2. My current plan is to save here and then go visit the mine in A2, see whether we can finish that up before retiring for the night. It's very difficult. We might wait a while before finishing it off. Here is Sarakin's mine. I'll turn on the light here. Beware of cave-ins. Set the sign. Now, as I've done throughout the game, I check every wall for a hidden message. There are often messages scribbled on the wall, as I've mentioned multiple times on this stream already. And they give us valuable hints as to how to solve certain puzzles. So this is obviously there's a hidden area here somewhere. Pretty large one at that. Probably entered through here then. Go there. Nothing to see here. And there is another one here. Nothing to see here either. Nothing in that room. Here's another room. Friends of Sarakin. Grim Reaper and the mummy. Yeah, I remember the Grim Reaper. He's not great. He's less than great. You want the Grim Reaper dead because he has the Finger of Death spell and he managed to kill one of us. And we want the mummy dead as well. I will use the Turn Undead spell to try to take them down. I will have Friar Tuck raise Sir Roland from the dead and cure the disease of Sir Hiram before he rests here. Raising someone from the dead costs us a year of the cleric's life. We have a way of reversing that condition with the Rejuvenate spell, which we cast every once in a while. I try to rather go back to the temples to resurrect, but if we are in a situation where that is difficult, then it's a better idea to skip it. We've seen these raves before here multiple times. They are, for example, found in Korok's Cave, which is really the end point of the undead monsters in this game. That's where the most difficult ones hide. This one is slightly easier, it seems. Now, there's a large hidden area here, which is accessed from somewhere. I will try to use the teleport spell here, and that works. Gold dust is scattered on the floor. Found 333 gold per share. That's 2,000 roughly total. This is indeed a gold mine. So this is just treasure, which is certainly better than nothing, but in reality I would rather have gems at this point in the game. We have a decent amount of gold already. We are in far more need of finding gems than we are in need of finding gold. Now, I'll travel back here, this part of the map. This seems to be a fairly large open area here. Are these raised? We can beat them down fairly easily, except that they do tend to cause damage to us, and in this case, death. We will raise Sir Lancelot back from the dead. We'll have to cast a Rejuvenate spell once we return to Meadowgate. these cave-ins on both sides here. And another one over here. It's a good thing that we bought food. We have plenty of food to rest the characters and the party. Don't have to worry about going back for food. Not using any spells on these because they're not really finding any treasure by beating them, so it would be a waste of gems. But the real problem is that they do occasionally manage to kill a party member, which is means that we have to raise him from the dead. At quite a bit of a cost. Let's see. We'll try to be a little bit more careful here, so they don't end up dead. It's costing us too much in terms of aging. How old is Friar Tuck now? He's 36, okay. It's not the end of the world. Now, there's a decently large area there that is obviously hidden to us still, that we need to explore. There are quite a bit of these cave-ins remaining here. Again, we lost a member of the party. I will cast a rejuvenate spell here as well on himself, and it was successful. Removed 5 years. So many of these cave-ins here, and seems that the chances of the party member randomly dying is fairly high. He was not out of hit points, but ended up dead anyway. We will probably have to use the rejuvenate spell quite a bit when we get back. I think most of the characters have aged at least. The frontmost Sir Lancelot has gained a few years from dying incessantly. Now This is a huge area here, which is hidden to us. I could use a teleport spell, but I'd rather find the natural way in. Let's see. It's not for certain that we can actually enter it, but yes, here finally we can. Another cave in. Some more gold dust here, and I'll use the teleport spell to get into this area here. Here is Sarakin and his friends. There are 3 vampires here, 3 of the ghosts, 2 apparitions, and Sarakin himself. This is a very, very, very difficult battle. I will attempt to cast the shield spell here. It's not likely to help us a lot, but I will do it anyway. The vampire in particular will take a lot of hit points away from us. I will use the turn undead spell here. Hopefully I will get rid of some of them, yes. Although not nearly all of them. I will use the fiery flail against the ghost here, who is not affected, sadly. Somehow we are still alive. Cannot use the Sunstorm spell, which would be very useful to us right now. Try the lightning bolt spell on the ghost and the vampire, and then I will try the dancing sword spell, which at least works on the vampire. One of the vampires is dead. I will try the fiery flail spell on the other vampire. It is not effective. Try it on Sarakin. It did not work on Sarakin either. I will use the disintegration spell on the ghost, which worked and affected the ghost at least. So I will turn William Tell. I doubt seriously that any of them are capable of. The fiery flail does not work on Sarakin. but the disintegration spell at least works on the ghost, so I will focus on trying to take him down first. Mass distortion spell works on Sarakin, so sadly only one of them can actually cast it. Earth Encasement does not work on him. And Disintegration does not work on him either. It will take us a decent amount of time to take him down if this is the only spell we can use. Which it might be. We can use the Deadly Swarm, it takes away 3 hit points. Going to cast the Identify Monster spell here to see how many he has left. He has 167 hit points left. That, in our current situation, is an absolute nightmare of an amount. Magic of the Spell only has 6 spell points at this point. We've used all of them, but Friar Tuck still has a very decent amount. So as long as we are able to keep him alive, we can do some damage here. We cannot use the Moonray spell, and we can use the pain spell. It does not a lot, but 2 potential points. William Tell has no spell points remaining. Neither does the so our only real hope here is that we can cast the Mass Distortion spell, which takes about 20 away, and he had about 160, so that means that we need 8 turns to be able to finish this, which is an eternity. We will have to hope that we can actually doesn't work every time either, and we waste valuable points casting it when it doesn't work. And he's slowly aging us as well. We are 240 something years old at the front now, so he will eventually kill all of us simply by aging us to death. I'll cast the Identify Monster. We don't have enough points, okay. Magic of the Spell still has 6 points, so I will have her do it. There's 123 left. So this will potentially take forever, because 17 per turn, this will take an endless amount of time. We will have to spend a lot of time trying to fix the situation. But we are slowly beating him down. It's just doing a number on us as well. It would be rather unfortunate if we are aged to the point where we simply can't go on anymore. Sir Lancelot is 55 at this point. Only 11 points this round. How many does he have left? He has 68. Okay. Potentially we can still pull this off. Entire round now with absolutely nothing to show for it. I will have to waste around here using healing spells. We have to keep some of the party members alive so we can continue fighting. We have no other choice. So he has around 60 now. $53, give or take. 52, around 49. We could really do with a little luck here. It seems to me that the farther we go into this battle, the less we seem to do damage to Sarakin. He's only now taking something like 4 points of damage. Seems like a crazy low amount. Fry attack only has 8 points remaining, which is a very low amount. How many does he have left? We can't tell anymore. Not sure how many of these we can cast at this point. We are absolutely running out of hit points. We could have started casting the pain spell far sooner in the game, but as it is, we have no points left except for the paladin and the other cleric, so we have no spell points left anywhere, which is unfortunate. It's amazing that none of them ever hit him even once. So it will take us forever to take him down if we can only inflict now roughly 5 perhaps points per turn. Basically our best hope. This is becoming damn near impossible, but we will try anyway. We've spent too much time on it to give up at this stage. We can't even cast the identify monster spell to find out how many points he still has remaining, so it's impossible for us to tell how much is left. Finally he goes down. We receive 45,875 experience points. Sarakin's secret fountain appears before you. Take a drink. I'm going to trust the game for once and take a drink. You feel rejuvenated, and we've been aged back to 23. So this is the Fountain of Youth here. And we get 25,000 gold per character, which is roughly 150,000, and a few gems, and halberd plus 10, and a small club. The halberd plus 10 is a very powerful weapon, which we can potentially yield here. Yes, we can. So gives us a great weapon to use with the knight, and I will trade the halberd plus 6 to the other knight in case I want to keep the flaming sword there. It gives him added protection from fire, but this is a much greater weapon for actually inflicting damage upon the enemy. It's sort of the point for the first character in the party, at least. So we finished this square now here, and we'll jump 2 squares forward to take a look at this area here. And more gold dust. Another treasure area here. We will take all of this gold with us. Now we will jump directly to this area here. It's 2 forward. More gold dust. More gold dust. A cave-in has rendered the passage too small for you to enter. Perhaps a diet is in order. That's very rude of you, game. I am not fat, I'm just big-boned. What I will attempt to do is I will attempt to teleport directly into that square. We need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 squares forward. See what happens. Sarakin and Jedi. Haha, yes, these are the final 2 hirelings in the game, and as Gleeser, who has been here for most of the streams, already mentioned, these are the best named ones. Sarakin and Jedi jump at the side of your party. Trapped by the cave-in, they had to wait for rescue while slowly starving. Hire the rejuvenated pair at the Thunder and Arms Inn. So these are potentially the most valuable hirelings in the game. And we have now finished the half of this cave here. It's very tempting to go out right now and save. We've simply completed too much to lose all of it. So I will run back to Middlegate, sell off some of the loot, buy additional food. Also see about leveling up. If we are anywhere close, we need 55,000 here. It's not a lot. 55,000 here, but we are not really close anywhere else. It's just Sir Lancelot that is close to leveling up. Save our position here. And we will go finish off the mine. When we get back, if Sir Lancelot hasn't gained enough experience, we might have a little run to the barbarians on the Forbidden Forest to finish leveling him up. We will now enter the other side of the map here. Another unlabeled door. This is a room filled with doors. Expecting to find Riders on the Storm any minute now. Single square here that is not to be found here. Not really interested in going through all the cave-ins again. We've already been there, mapped these locations and done these fights. We are not gonna gain a lot by going through it again. These monsters are fairly annoying. They don't give us a lot of experience, and there's no treasure to be had by fighting them. I'd rather skip it. Mentioned a few times in this game before, I'm glad to have every battle once, but I'm not a huge fan of fighting the same battle multiple times if I can get away with not doing so, particularly not the more draining ones. But it is beneficial to have found this Fountain of Youth here, and it will be helpful to us at a later stage in the game to be able to return, and even if you have to do this fight again with Sarakin and his friends, they will eventually become easier for us, even though we were barely able to finish them off right now. Eventually become easier, particularly when we have the when we level up to the level 9 clerical spell level, because then we will gain access to the Holy Word spell, which basically eradicates every undead monster. So once we are there, we can go here and fight this battle fairly easily. This dungeon is an incredible maze. There really isn't a lot to it. It's mostly about gaining gold. This fight with Sarakin, so the two main points. I'm very glad that we are mostly rid of these cave-ins, so we don't constantly have to rest, have these battles. Just as I was saying that, we had a cave-in, and need to use the Raise Dead spell once more. Again, these areas mostly seem to be about the gold. There's very little else going on here. Barely any encounters except for the few cave-ins. These are the last two unmapped squares here on the map. We are done with this dungeon here, and we will use the town portal spell. We don't have enough gems. We are down to about 200 gems. Could really do with finding quite a few of them, and we will travel to Mirrorgate. Don't think we found anything of value here. I want to see how many experience points we need to level up Sir Lancelot. We need 50,000, so I will save our current position here. Go have 2 rounds of fights with the barbarians. They're easy enough. Both a decent amount of money involved and also a decent amount of experience involved. And it doesn't take very long. Now completed 888 battles in this game. We are getting close to the 1000 battle mark. Seems like a lot. I've done 1 round here. I will return to Middlegate again and sell the loot, save the game, and then we will check how many more we need. So I think we need roughly 30,000 still, 20,000 we need. So another run will gain us 25,000 more or 30,000 more. Will be enough to level up Sir Lancelot. That'll be the last thing we do on tonight's stream. We have mostly been successful. We started with the castle dungeons and got absolutely nowhere with them. We are still ways away from being leveled high enough to complete them. But we will eventually get there. It's just a matter of time. I remember from reading the manual to the game that it actually states somewhere very early on in the manual that the best way of beating the game is by taking your characters from the first game and importing them simply into the second game with all of their level intact. Or otherwise you will find the going very, very difficult, and it basically encourages you to finish the first game first and then import the characters. So it does warn you that it's very difficult, but that is not what we did. We used the characters that come with the game. We played it from scratch. We've spent about 48 hours so far playing this game, and we are maybe halfway done this stage, more or less. We are making progress, just slowly. We will now go level up Lancelot, gaining 13 hit points as we do so, and Pink Panther only needs 17,000. Now we get back to the point where we sort of want to finish that as well. Let's have one more round with the barbarians and finish the robber as well, since we're doing this anyway. Doesn't take us very long. This is one of the areas in the game where you find these battles, which give you a high amount of experience with fairly low time and effort spent fighting. So these are ideal for these grinding positions. You do need to grind in this game. There's no getting around it. We've kept it to pretty much a minimum. I've tried very hard to simply play the game as it's linear and do a lot of exploring and less grinding. Need to do some of this at least. We've now gained some roughly 30,000 more. We will go back, finish leveling up the robber. He should then reach a thievery percentage of 100%. Was already at 99, so the additional percentage point will get him to the end. Let's see. Sell this whip here. Go. Ten hit points, and he now has 100% thievery. As is usually the case, the level 21 in the game is at the point where the character is mostly mature. So we have Sir Lancelot now and the robber at 21, but we have not finished the class quests for the archer and the clerics, and we will not be able to level them up to this level unless we are able to do so. And I think at least for Friar Tuck, he's at level 15 now. He needs some 360,000 to reach 16, and then he needs another 500,000 to reach 17. And once we get him to 17 and he's a level 9 spellcaster, then it's realistic to finish the class quest for the cleric, in which case we can level him up probably all the way to 21. And we will tomorrow we will continue exploring the map, probably going over to D2 and finishing that, and perhaps moving either upwards or downwards into the 3 part of the map, and seeing about mapping that as well. We'll see how it goes. If the going is tough, we will move around the what we do on stream tends to be mostly dictated by how difficult it is. So if we find it to be too difficult, we will try something else. Thinking of whether we should think about giving someone a raid here. We might do that. I'm gonna see who's on here. Duke is on. I'm playing some sort of D&D game, it seems, and reading from a magazine. Let's raid Duke. It's a pretty great variety and retro streamer. So thank you for coming, guys. It means the world to me that someone is here watching me, and have a nice night. I'll go into the extra and set up the raid.